welcome to another day live at the Waterhole. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and I'll be the voice that you are hearing for the next couple hours. I hope you are all doing well and having a great Saturday. As you can see, it's a little bit on the overcast side throughout the low veld in South Africa, but we'll get into that a little bit later. For those of you that are joining us for the first time, how exciting! Can't wait to, of course, have chats with all of you, because remember, this is a live and interactive show. So yes, that of course means you can ask me any comment, or you can make any comments, and then of course you can ask me lots of questions, and I'd appreciate that, because I don't like having conversations by myself. It can be literally about anything and everything, but of course this is a wildlife show. So if you would like to comment, you are welcome to download the WildEarth app, and there's a question box that you can send questions through there. Otherwise, if you're watching on YouTube, you can use the YouTube chat and also Twitter. But remember to hashtag WildEarth. How great is this? So as you can see, we are at King's Camp. We spend a little bit of time. King's Camp is located within the Timbavati Nature Reserve, and we have a lovely herd of elephants. Wouldn't this be great for all the guests to be able to see what is going on at this waterhole? I bet you all wish that you were sitting right here. So what we'll do is we'll just enjoy these elephants until a few of you jump on board. And even if you don't know what to say hello. Tell me where you're from, maybe what your favorite coffee is, literally anything. But while I wait for all the questions and comments to come through, I'm going to send you across to check out what the weather is like in the rest of South Africa. I can't believe that it's going to be so hot today with the overcast clouds, obviously saying it's going to get up to about 30 degrees Celsius within these areas, or somewhere in between. It's a little bit chillier than that, so perhaps the real feel is a little bit on the low side. Maybe the clouds are going to clear later. We've had some interesting weather over the last couple of days, with it being exceptionally warm with a high 30 degrees. And then we'll have 2 or 3 cool days like this, but no big clouds forming. As you can see, it's just a real sheet of clouds. But what we really need to be seeing is big cumulonimbus, big thunderstorm clouds, as the bush needs rain. Although you're probably thinking, Taylor, you don't know what you're talking about, because look how green the grass is. It is green. We had little bouts of rain not too long ago, but not quite enough. Just enough to wet the palate, if you will. There's not even a bird to look at here. I can hear lots of birds in the distance. You can hear there were red-billed buffalo weavers going crazy at one point. You can even hear how the wind is starting to pick up, and the wind is supposed to pick up quite significantly. It was blowing all through the night and into this morning. But a place that is filled with elephants is Madikwe. Let's go check out the Jamala camera. And there we are, no shortage of elephants. You can see further north in South Africa, the clouds are gone. Not even one in the sky, and it's beautiful and clear. But typically at this time of the year further north, Oh, remember that Madikwe Game Reserve is on the boundary of Botswana, on the border, sorry, and the temperatures are exceptional up there. But elephants straight into the water. It looks like a smaller group of elephants are also coming down now to join, and we know that they're not always one family group, that there's many, many elephants that kind of come on through to have a drink of water. Just relax with the first comment of the day. You win a prize. Not really, you don't win any prize, but you said hello, Taylor. You love hearing my voice. Well, thank you so much. I find my voice to be quite annoying, but I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Everybody normally tells me to keep quiet because I'm quite loud and I just go on and on and on and on, especially when it comes to talking about elephants. I could sit with them all day long. Look at all those little ones getting in the water. I hope that they try and go for a swim. And actually, this is the fullest that I have seen Jamala, this water hole over here. Not too long ago, it was drying out quite a bit, and there was really just the larger amount of water on the right-hand side. And then off to the left, it was more like mud wallows. So they've topped the water hole up, and they're going to need to, with it just getting drier and drier. You can see how this area hasn't really had much rain at all. There's a couple of sickle bush in the back that are starting to sprout greener leaves. And it looks like there's a little bit of greenery on the ground, just in the foreground of where these elephants are. But shame, it's very difficult for this grass to even start growing. It gets grazed all the time. Rose, that's very sweet of you. You said you've just joined in. Better late than never, I always say. I suppose a lot of people say that. Um, and you've just said, oh my goodness, is that T. McCurdy? It's T. McCurds, or just McCurds. A lot of people call me that. McCurds, McCurdle, T Swizzle. No, I'm just joking. No one calls me T Swizzle. That was like a nickname from high school. But anyways, I'm glad that you've joined. Come on, Rose, ask me the first question. We've got to get this going. I know it's Saturday. Some of you might be sleeping in, but of course, I want to have all of the conversations with you. Look at that youngster just there in front. Are you scratching on mum? I do love it when the elephants come down here because it's almost like controlled chaos. Obviously, everyone's having a pool party, splashing around in the mud, and then kind of, I mean, look, there's a lot going on at the moment. So I'm climbing up and struggling to get up the embankment. It's a bit dramatic. And then others, like this cow right in front of us, who's just having a bit of a siesta. I would do that, to be honest. Who doesn't actually do that when it's nice and hot? Go splish splashing around the pool, maybe at the beach, and then of course it's time to suntan. Not that the elephants are worried about suntanning. They've got really thick skin and a lot of melanin, so they don't have to worry about sunburn. But of course, that mud keeps them nice and cool. There's a pied crow that also just flew past the screen. Crows and a blacksmith lapwing. Crows drive me a little bit insane. I mean, they're highly intelligent and they gurgle about all the time, but they can be quite aggressive, especially when they're carcasses. Oh, incoming! Racing stripes just galloped through all the sickle bush. Can we maybe pan to the left and let's see if there's more zebra that are coming down, if it was just one individual that was left behind, or is the rest of the herd already here? I can see there's a couple of questions coming through on the YouTube chat. Well, I'm just going to read some comments. Darcy, you said great start to the show. Thank you. It's always nice to have the elephants. And GM, you've said that elephant looks quite ancient. I'm assuming you were talking about that big cow that we noticed earlier. We should see a couple more individuals. It can be quite tricky to age elephants because they don't all reach the same size. But what you can do, of course, is look at it's so interesting to just see how these cows, as they get older and older and they start to lose condition, that skin starts to sag quite a bit, huge depressions, sort of around the temple area. Of course, this can also happen though when they are slightly on the malnourished side. Look at that tiny little elephant on the left-hand side. Look how small it is. Oh no, can we go back? It's so little. It's the smallest elephant that we've seen so far. We've got a lot. We're going to be seeing a lot of elephants, of course. Look at it. That is so tiny. That can't be. I'm just going to watch quickly. Look at its trunk, though. You can see how its trunk is almost touching the ground now. So it's not a newborn elephant. They almost also have a slight pink tinge to them when they haven't been rolling around in the mud, but it can still fit right underneath mom's tummy. Maybe it's like, or it's not quite touching the ground. Maybe just over a month, maybe 2 months old, 3 months old. I'd say between, somewhere around there. But again, it's quite difficult. If we could see it starting to feed, that would give us a better indication. Almost tripping over its feet. I don't know why mom didn't actually come in to have a drink. Perhaps she feels too pressured around the waterhole with the other elephants. Okay, bye. It's not like that little elephant is going to be focusing on much water anyways. Oh, and that is a little bit of a... No, there we go. Here's the ancient elephant that GM was talking about, this cow. Still standing there. Look, she's got her trunk relaxed on the ground. Not a worry in the world. But once these bulls, you can see there's a bull on the right that seems to be interested in her. She's not going to pay him any attention. You're far too young. They can't help themselves. You can see he keeps turning his trunk towards her. Joss, you said, hello, you're from the UK. Wonderful to have you on board, Joss. There's a couple more comments. Sanjeev, you said, mummy, I want to mud wallow. Okay, let us go to Jamala. And I agree, that could 100% be a conversation between the elephants. I mean, I think we'd all like to get into the mind of animals and understand what they actually think about. I think we'd be quite surprised as to the conversations that elephants have. We don't give them enough credit as to how intelligent they are. It's always nice to just take a moment to enjoy the peace and quiet. Well, I say peace and quiet of the elephants, and then there was one screaming just a minute ago. That's kind of raw. Is not well. It's an upset sound. They're very. There we go. Frustration. I'm drinking here, or get out of my way. That sounded like a little elephant. The second one, or youngster crying out because it wants to suckle. Difficult to pinpoint which elephant it's coming from. Oh, look at the red one on the right. Oh, there we go. Tell them off. This looks. I know what happened there. There's just a lot of elephants around this waterhole. So, as you can imagine, I wonder how many times, can we do a tally as to how many times I say, as you can imagine? I need to remove that phrase from my vocabulary, that's for sure. Can someone tell me what else I can say instead? I should probably just say what I want. But, anyways, looks like a young bull that was on the unhappy side. Well, I think he might have been chased. Is that a young bull? With a very round head. Yeah, it looks like it. Everybody's kind of just getting out of the way. Boisterous bulls, never a fun time, not appreciated. I don't blame them though. Imagine though, you're just, just peacefully having a drink, minding your own business, and then some individual comes and joins your table and sits down and talking to you, and you're just like, what are you doing here? Who are you? And then just as they leave, somebody else comes in. Rather frustrating. You can see this cow doesn't look like she's very happy. No, also a young bull. Never mind. Shannon, good question. You've asked, would mother elephants keep their calves out of the water until they're a certain age? No, not necessarily. All elephants love water. And because elephants can't sweat, even the little ones need to try and cool themselves off, although completely incapable of being able to use their trunks. So they'll sort of just plunge into the water, even the little ones. I'm not sure why that cow with the very young calf that we saw just a couple of minutes ago, why she didn't end up coming to drink. I think maybe it was just a bit on the crowded side. And she thought, well, maybe I'll come back a little bit later. But you can see, like, imagine a little calf trying to get in and in amongst all those elephants. It's kind of just a recipe for disaster. And because they're not so stable on their feet, they might end up falling in the water, although, if it does scream and it's panicking, there's a little one in there. The adults would rescue it. But with these bulls, these young bulls around, they don't necessarily care about what's going on. Well, they don't have the motherly responsibilities as the cows do. So they could end up stepping on the little one, not necessarily intentionally, but accidents, of course, do happen, especially when they're that size. So I would say no in short to that answer. I just think that they maybe take a couple more precautions as to where they might go and have a drink. So that's why it looked like she walked away from the crowded area to the left-hand side of the waterhole, which is not as busy. I say this, but as soon as more and more herds come through to drink, and this is a popular water spot, a water drinking point, a water spot for the elephants. I believe there's well over 1,000 elephants roaming around on Madikwe, which is exceptional. I mean, the reserve is only 75,000 hectares. I'm going to guess. What's that in acres? I love playing the guessing game. I never quite get it right. Let's go. Is it around like 160,000? Let's Google. Google. Let's do this. Hectares. Obviously, and I'm not good at maths. Okay, let's do this. Let's see how close I was. Oh, a bit more. 185, roughly. Oh, okay, so I need to go up a little bit more. I was not generous enough. Anyways, regardless, it's really big, but it's a bit on the tricky side. It's a bit on the difficult side, I find, for the elephants, just because of the lack there of decent vegetation. for the elephants to feed on. But they all look healthy and they manage. I think I heard correctly. Is it Busty? I'm not sure on the oh, Dutchy. Dutchy with a D. Oh, sorry. You said the elephants are all different colors as well. Well, that's just because of the soil. And if you actually look around this water hole, you can see that there is red soil and then it's kind of looks a little bit more sandy. So there must be some iron and magnesium in these soils, because typically when you see red soils, it's because of iron and it's being oxidized. And then it creates that color, kind of like rust. Hopefully that makes a bit of sense. But when the elephants go and drink water and splash around, it's a lot more clayey, and that's going to be better suited to stick to the elephants' bodies, and then they'll normally toss dust over themselves, so then they have kind of a multicolored look to them. And if we're lucky, maybe a bit later, we'll keep an eye on the Okukuyo cameras that's in Namibia. Maybe we'll see a rare white elephant. Of course, that's not really a thing, but the soils can be quite light in color. And some of you that have been watching regularly will know that it is an absolute dream of mine to see one of those big bulls. Whoa, that's a big elephant. A bull? Look at him. Not even worrying. So that's the biggest bull that's come through. He's not old though. Look how long his legs are. So awkward. But he'll probably cause some trouble. He's brave though, marching in like that. I'd be nervous. But for now, he's not causing any trouble at all, just focusing on having a drink. They're all gathered there because that's where the water pipe is. Who wants to drink murky, brown, muddy water? Not me, and most certainly not the elephants. Can we have a closer look? It looks like there's a bit of a pool party happening just on the right-hand side. But it also wouldn't be bad to have a look in between the elephant's legs. That might be an interesting angle. Ooh, here's a great question from Stephen Rousseau. Hello, it's nice to see you again and have chats. Thank you for your really interesting question. You're wondering, do elephants give birth standing up? Come to think of it, I've never observed an elephant birth. Well, most people will probably never ever see an elephant giving birth, including most guides. It's not something that's very common, and they don't actually lie down to give birth. They stand up. They do. They stand up, and it can take some time. As again, you know that the time it takes for an animal to give birth, and the same thing with human, varies. Starting to see a lot of the younger bulls coming through now. You can see that cow as well, just turning her back towards him.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Let's have a closer look at those giraffes. They look so on this angle, but the way that the camera is.
During the whole day, there is coming, going, and it's always something. And how many of these waterholes are in the park?
40.
Yeah.
The official ones, in total there are 40, but they are artificial ones and natural ones. The Kokotoa area is having the more artificial one. Between Halali and Namatuni is a more natural. Yeah, we are coming now to the direction of salt pen so that we can also see the salt pen.
Yes. And now where are we?
We are at the Kokotoa.
Là.
So that one is the phone. So we are going this way. For the 10 units as well. Yes, the direction we are going now, it's a runoff territory, so if you are lucky, you can see maybe one laying one or standing one. Or
So I see a couple of you are asking who is talking in the background. Well, it's not me because my voice can't go that deep, but it is people that are on safari enjoying this wonderful waterhole. We sit here for hours and hours and hours and see something new. It's just mammals, of course. There are lots of birds, but it's a bit tricky for us to see the ones that are flying around, maybe swifts and swallows or even martins.
that question
But
is
they
very
will
nice.
remain unidentified, unfortunately, because they just look like
Only
bats flying in the
twice
sky.
areas to drive like morning and afternoon. But sometimes happens, so but we will see. Maybe it will come. But that one is a night one. Like night one, it's different. And the other actually is afternoon, early morning, night one. Yeah. The white mouse is the grass, and the black ones go for the leaves. Hyena. Look at it. Mongoose. Zebra.
Bella, you're wondering about giraffe and if they ever have leg issues because of all the crouching. Not necessarily. They've got thickened skin, and because of the way that their valves work, the blood is constantly being pumped from the heart down into the legs and then back up again. So no, um, you can imagine a giraffe's legs have big animal. They weigh a lot, so they don't typically have many problems by another giraffe, which actually injuries on the legs are not uncommon to see. But it's not caused by crouching. It could be caused by the little one getting a fright from the zebra. It could be caused by kick one another with those hooves that are so rough edged, just slice open. Also, see wounds on their legs. Sometimes some more area specific. Apologies, everybody, that I just go quiet every now and then. As you can imagine, it is quite a trick to pull the live Waterhole cameras all over Africa and the and a couple of other factors. No more breakup. I hope that that's the case. So Bella, let me finish your well, let me answer your question again. Giraffe will actually one another and they can kick each other's legs. And then there's also a parasite that one in the skin really of giraffe. Not all giraffe, but especially in East Africa, it's quite common to see. But I have seen it in South Africa on their legs where hair doesn't grow anymore. And sometimes those wounds can fester. But for the most part, giraffe are gone now. By giraffe and about several hundred drink. Many. See, there was a
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Phil from Brighton, you've asked if African animals will hibernate. So, no, none of the mammals will be performing any hibernation. However, with the reptiles, right, that are more likely to form. I'm not to form. What's wrong with me now? To hibernate. It's not quite the same thing. We call it rumination. So it's more of a temporary state of hibernation. It's not months and months and months that they will kind of slow their metabolism around and kind of go to sleep. And then they don't do any excessive eating, sort of hyperphagy, to gain lots of weight to keep them going. So if the temperature is warm enough, they might come out and have an eat or a drink. But if there's not much food available for them, especially the reptiles that are eating vegetation, so things like tortoises, for an example, then it's unlikely that you'll see them. But as soon as the rains come about and greening up all the vegetation, there's lovely flowers and different fungi for them to feast on, then they come out in full force. And then you've got to really be careful where you're driving. I mean, you've always got to have your wits about you when you're driving on the road. Starting to see lots of snakes now at this time of the year, lots of solifuges or red Romans, sun spiders, maybe, I don't know which term all of you will know, and plenty of scorpions. Which are all animals we have to keep out for. And living in Hoedspruit, where I live, which is in the Limpopo province, kind of like northeast in the country, my goodness, we have a lot of those. So they will come out in full force currently. But yeah, I'm just trying to think. I don't know of any mammal species. I wonder in other parts of Africa. I don't think so. I think it's pretty much the same. But I also don't want to lie to you. I think it just depends on what the climate and that type of thing is like. It doesn't really get cold enough for animals to hibernate. Well, there's snow that falls in some parts of South Africa and other parts of Africa, but not enough to really warrant animals doing that. Rolf, I see you a little bit on the confused side about like all the people chatting. Well, when you're sitting in a hide or watching animals, of course it's natural to talk a little bit. If there are guides with them or people that are just curious, like all of you are asking questions, they'll be doing the same thing. Obviously, it's good at a waterhole to not talk obnoxiously loud. It doesn't count. I can scream and yell and the animals won't hear me because I'm sitting at home. And we're watching this through a live feed, a live streaming camera, essentially. So yeah, so people are entitled and able to talk at waterholes. Also, where everybody is sitting, it's not right up against the waterhole. So there is a bit of a difference. But sometimes you go into these underground waterholes that are literally right at the edge of the water. Then it's going to be very important that you stay as quiet as possible. Because you'll hear talking basically from under the ground, and that's unusual for animals. And if you move around a bit, they might be reluctant to come down to drink. But again, there's not much water around in Namibia, especially in dry season. This is a pumped water hole. The animals are going to come and drink regularly, and you'll probably find that it's some of the same individuals, just depending if they have home ranges or territories, whatever the case may be. And yeah, they'll get used to it, just like everything. I mean, you must see the animals around lodges, like warthogs, for an example, Nyala, bushbuck, these antelope species. They become so relaxed. They don't even mind. You could start a weed eater and they won't even bat an eyelid. But that's just they're repetitively being, exposed to various sounds. And then it doesn't bother them at all. I don't think I could ever sit quietly, though. and just watch without saying something. I mean, of course I can. come back warrant, you're wondering if I work for a conservancy in Namibia. I don't. I have actually never been to Namibia, which makes me really sad. It's on my bucket list of destinations to travel to, but I want to go and spend maybe a month exploring. Namibia is a rather large country, and the national parks are spread out. And they're so big. I mean, Etosha is 2.2 million hectares. That's a lot. That is a huge area that you would never even be able to travel to all the different places in a month, I reckon. I mean, I spend a fair amount of time in the greater Kruger and then even in the Kruger National Park itself, and there's so many roads that I've never driven. I think in my entire lifetime I wouldn't be able to drive them all. Unless I suppose you were spending a lot of time, like if you worked in the Kruger National Park, then you've got a better chance of doing that, but I don't. Oh, Cobra, this is a great conversation. You've asked, is guiding sometimes difficult because you have so many different people? No, for the most part, it really isn't, because everybody's going on a holiday, right? Because that's what it is. Or not necessarily a holiday, but or whatever the case. But I suppose it's more of a holiday. Everyone's got the same interests. Everybody wants to come to an area to experience nature, to kind of detach from the real world, and then of course see wildlife of different kinds. So, for the most part, as we know, is that when people have a common interest, it's easier to make conversation and to get on with people. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky. One of the real problems is a language barrier, right? You can apply that to anywhere in the world. So that can be a little bit tricky. So, for an example, if you have guests that come through that can't really speak English very well, then you kind of have to be more basic with the conversation that you're having. Although nowadays there's these great translator apps, which is awesome. Not something that I really have ever had to deal with, because I don't work at lodges anymore. The last lodge I worked at was in 2016. So now I travel with my guests. Of course, I work on WildEarth and I do the live safaris as well. I've been a part of WildEarth for the better part of 7 years now. It's pretty cool. It's nice to have this addition of the live Waterhole cameras, and doing and able to do this and actually seeing different parts of South Africa and then also Namibia. Well, every now and then you get guests that don't necessarily get along, right? Because that always happens, but it's few and far between. Everyone just wants to relax and kind of get on. So that can be a bit tricky to deal with at times, but depending on what lodge you work at, if the guests are really not having a great time with other guests, a plan can be made to maybe shift you across to another vehicle if there is availability, if it allows it. And sometimes, as a guide, you might not get on with your guests. There might be a personality difference, but this is where I think it's super important, right? Having knowledge about wildlife is one thing and it's important, but I don't think it's the most important thing about guiding. Guiding, you've really got to be a people's person, and you've got to be willing to adapt to your clients, to the various guests that come through. If you only guide in one way, you're going to struggle, because not everybody will be receptive of your, maybe your sense of humor. Maybe you make a lot of jokes, but maybe you get some people that are a little bit more on the serious side, right? And they won't appreciate and probably get annoyed with you if you're just being silly all the time. So yeah, you've got to be able to adapt, and that can be hard for some people, but it also comes with experience. But if you have that natural, capability of just being a people's person, then you actually for the most part, become quite a good guide.
Yeah.
Well, there we go, Jive Bunny. You're actually giving an example of a situation we've just been talking about. You said, I've changed vehicles in Sri Lanka. Someone with a huge camera was blocking our view the whole time. Firstly, I love Sri Lanka. I think it's an amazing country, and the wildlife is underrated. Birding I've ever done in my life, and that's something that you won't hear me say very often. But yeah, Sri Lanka can be quite tricky. In the vehicles are obviously just different. There's a lot of chaos in the national parks, depending which national park you go to. Actually, for those of you that don't know and you're wondering, Sri Lanka is in Southeast Asia, and they in Sri Lanka, it's basically like an island, has the largest density of leopards per square kilometer. Can you believe that? Amazing. But little bit different to the leopards that we could potentially see in this area. Latin name is Panthera pardus cortea. I find that they have much longer tails. They're bigger in size overall. Interesting animals. But who doesn't love leopards? Has anyone seen a leopard on the live waterhole shows? I've had lions, had hyenas, but no leopards, which is quite sad. That would be great. I think of an opportunity of seeing a leopard maybe around King's Camp. It's a great place, and on a day like today where it's nice and cool, who knows? Maybe one will come pop past. But that, I think, is wishful thinking. And there's a Cory bustard walking behind a zebra.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
that was a pretty quick drink for the zebras. No one really want to go in, and not quite that they necessarily swim. The water's not too deep. It's wonderful to see them submerging themselves, like the springbuck and the oryx. They're constantly going in. Because you can see the differences pretty well between the males and females. There's a male on the, he's just walking to the right. There's a couple of them. Look how big their horns are in comparison to the girls that have got like these tiny little toothpicks sticking out the tops of their head. Impala is enormous in comparison to them. Picasso, you're wondering if springbuck aloe groom. I haven't necessarily seen it, but that doesn't mean that they don't do it. They are social. So with them living in family groups, with lots of female and obviously their offspring, there should be some aloe grooming going on. It's very important for animals that are more on the social side. You help strengthen bonds, you also help keep the parasites down. So you're most likely to see aloe grooming, and if you don't know what aloe grooming is, it's when two animals, specifically in this case mammals, will groom one another. And you'll more likely than not see it between a mother and her youngster. But everybody has their favorites. I'm sure they must make friends with one another, have other females that they associate closer with. Maybe not quite friends in the same sense. Can you call them allies? But I haven't actually spent a lot of time with springbuck. When I was working down in the Eastern Cape in South Africa, there aren't many springbuck in that area. And it's not quite the right habitat for them. They do thrive in more arid areas. And one of the things working at, they tried to reintroduce spring. None of them survived. And that was because of the ticks were passing on something called heartwater disease. So it's basically like the equivalent of tick bite fever in humans, or another name that we call it in like cat and horses is biliary, and that can affect them. And most of the animals in the Eastern Cape are heartwater. They've grown up with it continuously. Same thing with ticks in South Africa. It's unlikely that you'll die from it, and you start to build up an immunity. So if they aren't born with it and they've been there for a long time, they're gonna struggle. Springbuck are quite sensitive. But you head up a bit further north in the country, and you're more likely to find them. And then, of course, when you head to the far west and up in the north, where we are in Namibia, well, north of South Africa, they thrive. Gosh, look at that one. Look at that springbuck. Just swimming. Going for a serious swim. Are you going to swim across to the other side? Perhaps this is Michael Phelps, the springbuck. I don't know who Michael Phelps is. He's a really good swimmer. I don't know what made it want to go for a swim. I mean, we're very lucky to see the swimming capabilities of animals, with there not being any crocodiles here. In other parts of South Africa and just in Africa, animals are a lot more wary. But through time and, there not being any crocodiles present, they're a lot more relaxed. That's so fascinating. Also, animals, again, in this condition, they would to water unless they absolutely had to, say, cross it. I'm not talking about the thick-skinned animals that spend a lot of time in water cooling themselves or swimming, but, mammals with fur don't typically go and completely submerge themselves. I wonder if that springbuck, though, didn't realize how deep the water was in that section, because it, went right under it. Just saw the tips of its horns sticking out. Very, very funny. But we've got one elephant bull on the left, which is great, but he's not covered in white dust, which makes me quite sad. Let's go check out some other elephants. There we go, King's Camp. You can see how it's brightened up a little bit from when we started the show, and the same thing has actually happened here. Must have been a gap in the clouds, but the clouds, I don't think it's going to stay like this for too much longer. I think we're just going to have partly cloudy days, but a small group of elephants coming down to drink. No, don't disappear too quickly. Come back. It's actually nice to see the bush looking so lush. I'm, of course, most thankful because to see more and more insects, but not at night time. The amount of bugs that come around, the lights and things like that, oh my goodness, it drives me crazy. I can't imagine how many beetles and all sorts of other things I've consumed because I haven't seen them falling into food. I made a cup of coffee this morning, and in the French press there was a little beetle sitting where the sieve part is, and I thought, how did you even get in there? But anyways, I removed it, of course. Elephant on the right is a little stumpy tail. Here he goes. Bye, elephants. Maybe we can watch them. We are able to pan the camera across to the right. Let's see. Perhaps I'll go off and do a bit of feeding. Oh, and then I see that Jive Bunny, you said that there was a leopard yesterday at Naledi, which is one of the other cameras that we go to. Mr. H told you. Oh, but yes. Typical, just a quick view. Oh my goodness, look at the camera shaking now. That's a big gust of wind. Actually, let me have a look and see what the wind was supposed to be gusting at today. I'm going to tell you what it is in Hoedspruit, but it's quite often similar. Sure. Gusting at just over 50 kilometers per hour. Those are some strong winds. And then the elephants go marching off. Look, that grass has grown so much. This is such a lovely, lush area. I can't believe we're not seeing more plains game out in the open. This looks like an area that has been cleared. You can see the dense vegetation that kind of lines the space. So I can't believe there's no wildebeest. Ooh, big swing to the left, but for good reason. Sometimes the cameras have a mind of their own. Technology, far too advanced. I'm also not controlling the cameras. We've got wonderful, we call them zoomies, that are assisting us. Is it the boys? Yeah. From that behavior, it must be bulls. One getting tusks up the rear end. But be gentle. Normal behavior. Jen from the UK. You've asked if I remember when there were people that would, ride elephants, and you're wondering if that still happens in circuses. You know what? It's frowned upon these days, right? To use animals in circuses, and in fact, I think a lot of people boycott them. I can't remember in South Africa what the laws have changed to if you're allowed to do it anymore, but this is just my opinion. You, of course, are entitled to have your own opinion. I don't think we should be riding wild animals. Of course, elephants were used, whether it be to help bring building material, logs, whatever the case may be. And obviously in India and Sri Lanka and other places, elephants are a big part of people's culture. They are worshipped and treated like royalty, but sometimes they're also mistreated. So, yeah, I would honestly refrain. I also don't like wildlife. I don't think you should be able to feed animals or touch them and that type of thing. But each to their own, of course. But you won't find me or participating. But I'm also really lucky. I get to spend a lot of time with wildlife in their natural environments, and I do acknowledge the importance, not so much of circuses. I don't think animals should be entertaining us, right, in the way that they do in circuses. Um, but it's such a tricky conversation, right? It's such a controversial thing to talk about animals in their natural environment and zoos. But zoos also play a vital part in preserving genetics, and also educating those that would never be able to afford to go on a safari somewhere, right? But I've also seen with some zoos, they're not really calling them zoos anymore. They have like these safari parks, which are animals that are kind of in much bigger spaces and often interacting with other animal species, sort of, I suppose, to kind of replicate the experience of a safari, and then you can drive through yourself. So I think that's a much better alternative. But of course, space is difficult to find, right, in a big city. It's completely built on top of one another. So you would have to maybe drive a distance to try and find a big enough area to create, say, an example of a safari park that's not in necessarily in South Africa. So it's such a tricky, difficult thing to kind of chat about. And there's many arguments. I mean, we can go back and forth all day long, but I'm not here to start arguments, of course. That's not what the show and this wonderful Saturday is all about. So on the right-hand side, I'm sure that's where the pump is. It looks like they've put a log down there to stop the elephants from being able to uh, easily access that spot, because they'll just rip the water pipes up and cause all sorts of problems. It happens not quite, I wouldn't say necessarily on a daily basis, but fairly regularly. And can you imagine spending thousands of dollars, hundreds of dollars, and going on safari, and then all of a sudden not having any water? I suppose having water, though, is a privilege, and it can take a bit of a long time to find out where the break in the pipe is, because of course everything is buried underground. And just these two young bulls peacefully drinking.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
And off the elephants go. I think what we'll probably do, seeing as there's no birds that are just perched on these perfectly made logs. I don't know if they are necessarily like this one here in front, if they occur naturally. Maybe they do. I've seen though around man-made pans, especially if there isn't much vegetation around in South Africa. It's unlikely that you're going to just have animals coming through. Well, the big animals, of course, but birds and even smaller wildlife will be a bit reluctant because they'll be so exposed. So having these logs around here, I mean, it's perfect habitat for herons. Can't believe we don't have a heron to watch. Maybe we can go and have a look at the tower camera. We'll see. I'm just going to have the chat to the powers that be. Maybe there's some birds that we can focus on. Of course, it's always nice when we have these quieter moments. Okie dokie. We'll wait for more elephants to come on through, or perhaps some other mammal species. It's nice to get a bit of diversity. But let's go back to Okakuyo. It looks like that elephant that we saw briefly is still around. There we go. All of the varieties. Nice to see so many giraffe coming through. One big bull, also just very patient. You'll find that elephants in Namibia will spend more time around a waterhole, as they've got to go the distances to be able to find water. There are lots of natural springs and pumped pans, but they're not really on top of one another. My elephant is moving off. What are you going to do? You're going to walk and just pass around all the springbuck? That would be a nice interaction to see. Not for the springbuck, though. I also apologize. I don't know if you can hear my stomach grumbling. Very hungry. All these animals drinking water and feasting, definitely making me hungry. I saw earlier there was a comment, someone was saying, I forget who it was though, that looking at the elephants drinking the muddy water was making you thirsty. Why? For chocolate milk? Because I couldn't think of anything else that that would remind me of. Joan, I completely agree. And it's actually something that I mentioned earlier about watching storms rolling in this area. I think it would be spectacular. And hopefully having it just depends. I suppose thunderstorms in the morning aren't always, well, mid-morning aren't always, as of course we get them. But normally late afternoon, once the heat of the day has taken its toll, and then at this time of the year the humidity is going to really start to increase. It'll be a lot worse coming late November, December, January. Those are kind of the hottest times of the year, well, more so December, January, February, and then we should see some really big spectacular thunderstorms. And obviously the nice thing is, of course, I would prefer it if you watch live at the Waterhole. But if that's not the case, you can still access these cameras. Maybe check them out in the afternoons. Gosh, there's just an influx of wildlife coming in. A big herd of wildebeest making their way. This camera makes the giraffe look so small. They don't look particularly big. Into the water now. And even though oryx have amazing adaptations to cool themselves down, this is going to be the most effective way, is covering themselves in water. I don't know why they get out though. I'd be a super lean oryx because I'd spend most of my time in the waterhole like this. Also wondering what these blue wildebeest are actually eating at this time of the year. So they are strictly grazers, and they like short cropped grasses. Not much grass around. They must have to travel a fair distance. As you look at this open area, and there are a lot of rocks. I forgot what they're called, but they definitely have a lot of. Is it a type of limestone? Is it calcrete? Is that what it is? I've forgotten now. Crazy when you don't talk about things all the time, that there's not enough space in the memory storage lockers that I have. It's not quite ideal habitat for lots of grasses to grow. But when the rains come, that's going to be a different story. It seems like all the chatter, though, around the waterhole has gone a bit quiet, which is nice. Obviously, we prefer it if we can watch and not hear any voices. Well, you will have to listen to mine, though. Have any of you ever heard of the pharyngeal pouch in elephants? It's such an interesting conversation. It's not necessarily something that I've seen, but let me just quickly explain what a pharyngeal pouch is, because that might not make very much sense to all of you. So essentially, it's like a special receptacle, right? A little pouch that they have, and scientists really don't quite understand it just yet. And so there's ongoing studies and many theories kind of around it. So some say that it's water siphoned directly from the stomach, which is not necessarily the case. They've got a special what's wrong with my English? Why can't I think of the right words now? A special little compartment, if you will. And some, people say that elephants will suck it out or siphon it out directly and drink it. But it has now been suggested that it's more for, keeping themselves nice and cool. They might spray it on themselves. I've never seen this behavior before. I know it's been witnessed, though. I wonder if I spent more time in the very arid areas, so like places like Namibia, or maybe up in northern parts of Kenya, because I visit Kenya quite often, but I don't spend so much time in like Samburu or Amboseli and Savo, where it does get quite dry and arid. I wonder if I'd see that behavior then. Because in South Africa, I can't say that I've ever seen it, and I think it's definitely something that you'll notice. I mean, elephants put their trunks in their mouths quite often, but they would have to stick quite a big amount of their trunk. Let's see, what are you doing, elephant? Quite far down their throats to be able to reach this little pouch. I also would like to see a dissected elephant and actually see what it looks like. Nice big kudu bulls at the back. Actually, last night I had one just outside my fence. I walked outside with my dog to do one last bathroom break before we headed in for the night. And I had my torch on, my flashlight, and I got such a fright because there was this huge kudu. Kind of like actually both these bulls are really exceptional. And when you stand kind of eye level next to one of these kudu bulls, you don't realize how tall they are. Much taller than I am, and I am, where am I, 1.72 meters? I'm not the tallest person in the world, but I'm not very little. You got this broken tusk on the elephant on the right. Ooh. I've never ever watched an elephant in a fight or stripping bark from a tree, or the different ways that elephants can lose tusks. I've never seen it breaking. I found some ivory actually quite a few times in the bush, little broken tips. I obviously leave them where they are, just hidden away. If it's an entire tusk, of course, then you need to report it so that the authorities within that area will come and collect it and keep it nice and safe. But for a little piece of ivory, the bush can keep it. I've also never seen, maybe have any of you seen a real elephant fight? Not this like play fighting that they do. I've seen it get a bit aggressive, but not to the point where, it's two big dominant bulls. You see it a lot with younger bulls. Okie dokie. So we are going to have a couple more cameras that we're going to have a look at. The AfriCam cameras. We will be visiting Old Donyo, Olifants River, which is awesome to see, Tau, Campus Dam, Tembe, and Rosy Pan. I hope you are getting excited. Isn't it great that WildEarth and Africam are working together just to give us more opportunities to see kind of what's going on? So this is Tau, and it's in Madikwe. So we've been watching Jamala with all the elephants at the beginning of the show, and this is much further north. In comparison to where Jamala is. And the bird life here is phenomenal. This is what I was getting excited for. Black wings, stilts, blacksmith lapwings. There's a black wing stilt. Hello. Such great birds. Look how long those legs are. Why don't your legs look so red? Well, when their legs are bright color, maybe it's a youngster. Or you've just covered it in mud. Oh, there's another one. Oh, maybe it's actually just the shadows, because I can see when they lift their legs and the light sort of catches it. Very long beaks. It's so strange. You kind of think, what on earth could you catch with that long thing? It's like using chopsticks. Or very long tweezers. And they'll be looking for insects of any kind. Unlikely that they're going to be able to catch a fish or anything like that. So predominantly eating arthropods. They'll sometimes stick their beaks into the mud. And then they can also pick insects on the surface. If we are lucky, we can see a really special bird called a pied avocet. And then that's an interesting beak. I don't know how they do it. Of course, lots of waterbuck to be expected. And look at the green grass. It's grown so much. This is more of a preferred habitat for waterbuck. Shiloh, you've asked if I think that the birds would enjoy this particular area because of the grass that's kind of growing in the middle. Yes, absolutely. I mean, for geese and some of the duck species that are so predominantly grazers, that's going to be handy. It also provides some coverage and a potential host for different food sources. So like you're going to find a lot of frogs that will also be spending time just in, it provides a bit of cover over the edges of the water. There's also lilies that occur here. So having some kind of vegetation is great. There's a nice big spur-winged goose amongst the Egyptian geese. That's the big black and white one that we can see just in the foreground. Oh, wow. Look at this kudu. So yes, absolutely. And the more diversity that you have, whether it's plant life or different rock types or whatever the case is, lots of logs, as I was saying at King's Camp, and that's going to bring in different birds. And all birds have, and just like animals, will have specific requirements. Some are more capable of adapting to their surroundings. Others, a little bit more on the pedantic side. There's even a little three-banded plover just to the left of the spur-winged goose. So lots and lots of different bird species. I mean, goodness. So we've seen, obviously, the Egyptian geese, right, resident at pretty much every waterhole, I suspect, except Jamala, because it's just too busy for many birds to be around there. The blacksmith lapwings are the ones that tend to cope. What's at the back? We've got storks. What storks have we got? Lift your head up. Is it storks or is it another spur-winged goose? Maybe it's another spur-winged goose. It's probably another spur-winged goose. But like I said, the blacksmith lapwings, the three-banded plovers, the Egyptian geese, the spur-winged geese. We see white-faced ducks quite often too. The pied avocet, which is a real special. to see. Occasionally we see some kingfishers also hovering around, or kudu getting out of there. Not wanting to spend too much time at the waterhole. Something must have spooked it. No, coming back again. Oh, he's also lovely. I'm just trying to think what other kinds of birds we see. There's lots. I mean, there's still a bunch of birds that I haven't seen yet. There's common moorhens too. We might see them. They're quite popular. But all the birds kind of doing the same thing. Some doing a bit of feather maintenance, others doing a bit of feeding. I suppose just doing what animals do. Every single day they've kind of got the same thing. Haven't seen any Egyptian geese goslings. Have any of you seen any at Tau yet? Oh, an elephant. So I actually had a list. I just have misplaced the notebook. I think I did the cameras for about 2 weeks in a row, and we did so much birding. So I thought, let's make a list of all the birds that we have seen at the different locations. And Tau, sorry, I just plugged my charger into my computer. And Tau had the largest diversity of birds. There's a female kudu also coming in. It looks like there's common moorhens under that log. Another exceptional kudu. I'm just kind of gazing in the distance. You can see the heat waves. Look how fat they are. I don't know, it blows my mind. With the mixed sort of scrub bushveld vegetation that is found at Madikwe, that everything looks so healthy. Unbelievable. Right, I think we'll take a break from Tau. We'll come back in a little bit. Maybe we'll see some crocodiles and some other birds. But let's head over to Okokuyo again in Namibia. Looks like the elephants have started arriving. Oh my goodness. They have arrived and in full force. That's unbelievable. We didn't even see them streaming in. They must have come from either the left or right hand side. Obviously, we've had this nice wide view and kind of focusing with the dam sort of centered. That is a great amount of elephants. Now I can just really see how deep the water is there. It's not too bad. Not quite enough for them to swim properly, but still deep enough that if they roll on their sides, they'll submerge themselves. Are there any teeny tiny babies? Looks like there's a couple right at the back. A few more coming in. Doug, I don't think I've ever thought of this before, but you're wondering if young elephants ever suck up too much water and choke. If they're really, really young, they aren't actually able to siphon up as much water as you think because they haven't quite developed the muscles that are within their trunks. So I don't think that they've perfected the technique of siphoning water and then kind of holding it there without losing all of it. So what you'll see is, like, for example, that little one that's on the left-hand side of the screen with its mom. It's not a teeny tiny tot, but if we had a really close view, it'll be quite difficult here, but we might be able to see it at one of the other cameras. You'll see it's not actually spraying a lot of water on itself at all, but at least it's learning and practicing the motion. So whether or not it would choke on the water, you can't say that it's impossible. Not something that I've witnessed. I feel like I've watched a lot of elephants at waterholes before. I've never seen an elephant choking before in general. Luckily, they've got long trunks. Maybe they could stick their trunk down or their throat and pull whatever it out is that's causing some obstruction and just take it out themselves. No need for the Heimlich maneuver. Also, good luck trying to do that on an elephant. Can you imagine? And this amazes me every single time I see it, right? Big open space. They can walk anywhere, yet they choose to stick to the pathways that are all worn. Look at the elephants. You can see these long lines. Now, this is a decent herd of elephants, right? Again, I don't think it's necessarily, it could be a herd or two that have joined up. If it is one herd, that's wonderful. But when you start to see like 100 elephants together, which doesn't happen all the time, and to see them streaming and walking in single file is spectacular. In terms of photography, right, where it's flat like this, really far distance, ahead of the elephants, maybe lying down next to your vehicle, you get some great low-angle shots. I'm also not encouraging this behavior, though. So don't say Taylor said I could do it, because I didn't. Unless maybe you're with your guide, someone that is experienced, and they say here's a great opportunity, then go for it. But just remember, you need to understand the rules of the game reserve or the national park that you're in if you do get out your vehicle, it's stipulated that you're not allowed to, you'll find yourself in hot water. So don't be doing that. Imagine this. Elephants in a long line with a thunderstorm behind them. I'm just going to keep talking about the thunderstorms. As I see, there's a couple of comments that are coming through from Jive Bunny and also Lady Macbeth, just talking about the elephants and their migratory movements within Namibia. And then actually, I see that Lady Macbeth, you said that most of the elephants in this area actually go up to Angola for a couple of months in January. So it's just, it's great that there are open borders and animals are able to move around freely like they should be able to. And it's something I've mentioned a lot. I mean, I would have loved to have seen the massive migrations of elephants, thousands of elephants, probably tens of thousands of elephants, all moving to the south, well, not quite, maybe the east coast of Africa, maybe a bit more southeast coast, yeah. From Angola, where it's lovely and lush, also it's arid in some areas, and then traveling down to Mozambique. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen anymore. But I hope that with these corridors that are being opened up now, they'll just automatically start the entire process again. There's just so much pressure for elephants. We need to feast on a lot of vegetation, and with there not being as much natural vegetation and protected areas are really available to them. It's like in South Africa, we obviously talk about an overpopulation of elephants, like in the Greater Kruger, for example. But it's only because they just can't move freely like they normally would. Yeah, and then Sanjeev, you've said in Angola the elephants face a lot of trouble from illegal human settlements. I think one of the biggest thing in Angola as well is the civil wars and that were around, and the fact that there's still a lot of landmines within that area. Although they have trained elephants to be able to smell TNT, which is unbelievable. But then my personal favorite, the elephants just completely disappeared. It's like the Loch Ness Monster now, is the fact that they use the giant pouched rats. And they've trained them and they put little harnesses on them and they go around finding landmines and then obviously trying to deactivate them. I think that's unbelievable. You should Google it. If you've never heard of the giant pouched rats and the work that they're doing to smell explosives in kind of West Africa, you've got to check it out. It's the most bizarre thing. It's one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I think that's so great. Never mind canine handlers. Step aside, we've got rodent wranglers. I don't know what you can call it. I was trying to do alliteration and I went, wrangler starts with a W, Taylor. But anyways. These elephants like the springbuck. It's just like I'm going to wade across the water. Oh, we haven't even been to Old Donyo, not once. And that is my favorite camera ever. Let's go check it out. Here we are with the giraffe. Hello, giraffe. Sadly, no views of Mount Kilimanjaro today with all the clouds forming. Get a bit of a head shake. Oxpecker's being quite frustrating. Nice to see you, my side giraffe. And lots of doves also coming down to drink. Looks like some, what else is there? Mainly just oxpeckers and some doves. What a sandgrass. Walking too upright. The giraffe on the left looks like it's going to maybe have to spread its front legs a little bit more if it's going to reach down. It's also great to see the different techniques that giraffe use. Obviously, it's fairly similar, but some, like this one in the middle, spread their legs so wide that it's unbelievable. How are you going to get up? But obviously, swinging that head definitely helps. Oh, there we go. And with it being a little bit rocky on the edge there, and giraffe are not necessarily the most sure-footed of the animals, walking on stilts like that. Hooves that aren't adapted to gripping on rocks. They'd have to be careful of slipping. Oh, look at this one on the right now. It's like they're doing different versions of squats. The one on the left, not quite though, doing sumo squats. And then this one, you're doing a version of a goblet squat. Or just a normal one. Who knows? So many oxpeckers. Also a great symbiotic a relationship to see. You can watch them for hours on giraffe, and then normally the big buffalo herds are a bit more on the relaxed side, and they give you great sightings. I think, can we turn the ambience up on this camera? I can't even hear any of the birds or any of the insects that you can see zzz, moving across and around the camera. Another giraffe also coming back up. Wonderful, now I can hear a little bit better. There's so many insects. I can't quite figure out what they are. I wonder if there's some bees that are around. Lots of butterflies though. Insect life has just started booming. So that's something else we can look forward to. With the camera being quite close to the water's edge. Very different from Okukuyo. We might be able to see some of the arthropods too, start identifying butterfly species. Although I don't have a butterfly book for East Africa, unfortunately. I don't even know if there's an extensive butterfly book, but I have a book for Southern Africa, and if we can just figure out what families they're in, then we can kind of take it from there. Yeah, I'm wondering if there was maybe bees that were swarming around this camera. There could be lots of little flies too. Anyways, what do you think? What do you think's swarming around the camera? How's that for you? Ooh, that's so cool. Red-billed oxpeckers. Now we can see how they help clean up the giraffe. And there must be plenty of biting flies though, with the way that the giraffe is swishing their tail between their legs. They're so graceful, the oxpeckers, when they land. Some birds come in so quickly, not necessarily the oxpeckers. They grab hold of the stick and they look like they're going to tumble straight over the front. Has anyone seen the cheetah at this Waterhole camera? They don't get sighted all the time, but occasionally they come through. I've also seen some secretary birds, which was really lovely. See, if we look on these rocks that are here, we might find it an agama. I've been seeing lots of the agamas. And then some butterflies. We're just having a quick scan. Nothing just yet. If we could have one of the elephants drop a fresh pile of dung close to the water's edge, and preferably closest to the camera, that would definitely draw in a lot of insects. This is another good place to check. Look at all those crevices from the dried mud and of course the log. Could see plenty of things. Maybe even a snake, imagine. Although it would be quite daunting, I think, for a snake to hang around this waterhole. But I was a snake that fed on other reptiles. I'd come eat all the agamas. There are plenty of them around here. Oh, and goodness, you put me on the spot here. You've said, which butterflies could we find in this area that we would not find in South Africa? I wish I had my butterfly book on me. I've looked at some, you see fairly similar, like you see a bunch of the caraxes. So I don't know if we get the green-veined caraxes here in South Africa, maybe in the more forested areas, but I can't say I've ever seen it.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Get some of that moisture. That'll have all sorts of minerals in it. But for the most part, most of the butterflies at this time of the year are going to be mating, laying eggs, and then sadly dying because they don't live for very long. But they won't be doing that on the soil. They need vegetation. So just popping in for a drink. I still don't understand what all these things are flying around the camera, because I can't imagine that there's much attracting them to the camera. What have we seen? What's there? again, the amount of scorpions and spiders that will be in between these crevices would be exceptional. I'd like to go walking around there. Like, obviously, I would never, because there's always animals at the waterhole, and that's far too close. Don't want to interrupt them and scare them off. Ooh, speaking of elephants, I'm sad they're not here at El Donyo, but let's go back to Tau in Madikwe, where the elephants are having a mud wallow. There they are. I think if we can again, I don't know if the ambient sound is just turned down a bit. Can't hear any. There we go. That's a bit better. You hear the elephants now splashing in the mud. These are all bulls. All living their life together for the most part. Well, I mean, we know that they spend a lot of time on their own. Having a bit of a tussle. Taking advantage of the elephant struggling to get out of the water. I hear an African hoopoo in the background. That whoop, whoop, whoop. There's actually, I don't know if you can see it, kind of on the left quarter of the screen, it might just be a three-banded plover. There's a very little bird moving amongst this water vegetation. I can't actually see what it is. Kind of like the bottom left quarter. There's a couple of them. Oh no, maybe not, maybe just one or two. I think there's a lot of sandpipers and other birds that we haven't identified. I'm surprised we're not seeing jacanas. This is also a great habitat with this all the vegetation and their big feet that allow them to walk on the surface of the water. Well, not on the surface of the water, but you get what I mean, on the vegetation. I mean, if we see jacanas at Chitwa Dam in the Sabi Sand, which has got barely any vegetation, unless you're right in the eastern corner of the dam, we see them all over, then this is a paradise. Maybe the jacanas don't really occur up here because it's just so arid for most of the year. Ah, okay. And Patisse, you said that yesterday that there are beehives in that area. That makes sense. This is obviously, of course, just going back to the camera at El Donyo in Kenya. That makes a lot of sense. Just the way that they were swarming around that camera, like consistently, it's not really something that flies would necessarily do unless they're on an animal. That makes so much sense. I wonder how that's going to affect the elephants, though. Elephants don't like these. Well, I suppose time will tell.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
More elephants coming in. Here's a bit of a breeding herd strolling through the bulls. They don't seem to be bothering them just too much, not particularly interested. Look at that young one. Man, it must be crazy to be that small and then to look up at these huge elephant bulls. Kind of like when we see lion cubs and how obsessed they are over the big males. Dwayne, yes, it is quite common for elephants to rest their trunks on their tusks. Can you imagine the relief that they must feel? I mean, that trunk is heavy. It's filled with muscle. And yeah, it will definitely quite kind of like weigh them down. The only way that I can describe it, and it's a really bad example, is I've got very long hair and I've got exceptionally thick hair. And when I tie it up and it's in a ponytail, and I take my ponytail and I lift it up, I don't have like, my hair is like pulling down. And I mean, my hair in comparison to how much an elephant trunk weighs, right, is minute. So if that gives me some kind of relief, or think of a pregnant woman, when their stomachs have distended quite a bit, and quite often you'll see women just lifting up their stomachs with a band or whatever the case may be, and they say that the relief that they feel. So I think resting your trunk like that over your tusks must feel quite nice. Sad for the elephants that don't have tusks, not able to do that, of course. And off the breeding herd goes. They must have drank just on the opposite side of the waterhole. They didn't seem to cover themselves with much mud. But I think after these elephants disappear, can we have a look on the left-hand side? I'll be quite keen to just see what other birds are about. Oh, I see. I'm just reading the YouTube chat very quickly. Mr. H, you said that at Oldonyo, the lodge said that there are termites flying around. So 100%, except for the fact that the alates, so the reproductive termites, those are going to be the ones that can fly. It's unlikely to see them flying during the day unless it's a very overcast day and they're being released from their mounds. But normally it's something that takes place after a lot of rain and at nighttime, because as soon as the princes and princesses, right, the future kings and queens, because those are the ones that get wings and then disperse from the mounds, is they drop their wings. They actually lose them, so they don't have wings for a very long time. So I would say that it's more than likely to be bees. They just also look quite big and robust and quite round. Well, not quite round, right? Because bees are not round. They're more of an oval shape. But with the alates, they're quite elongated. Much longer than what bees are. So at nighttime, keep an eye out for that, because that could be something quite crazy to see. A big release. You might see some interesting creatures like genets or civets coming out or mongoose to feast on them. It's always fun to watch. Even hyenas. I've seen all sorts of things eating that. Where are the crocodiles? I haven't seen one crocodile. They always like to bask on these grassy patches. I suppose that's why the waterbuck also keep away and they don't, come in hordes to feast on the grass. There we go, just the same birds that we were seeing before. Egyptian geese, a spur-winged goose, black-winged stilts. No pied avocet. Also surprised that there's no guinea fowl. I feel like there's always guinea fowl around this waterhole. Look, there's also quite a large swallow or swift. Maybe a swift swooping in, coming from the left, flying across to the right-hand side of the screen, and then back again. I'm seeing all the migratory birds have arrived. Cuckoos are in full force. I've been seeing alpine swifts, red-breasted swallows, all these birds that travel to the southern or south of the south. I can't even English. Travel further south to kind of towards South Africa and Botswana and Zambia and Zimbabwe and all those countries. Hopefully some of those lilies will open that you can see just to the left of the, it looks like there's lilies there. You can see the big bulbs, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it must be. That'll be quite nice. But I haven't got much time left with you, I'm afraid. We've got probably about 40 seconds left. But it has been wonderful. Thank you very much for all your questions and comments. It has been a nice afternoon with lots of diversity. But I hope that you're going to be watching tomorrow, because I'll be back. I'm actually going to be back on the show for just over 2 hours every single day until Friday. Friday will be my last day. But thank you so much. And Ralph is going to take over for the rest of Live at the Waterhole show.
Well, thanks very much to Taylor, and for any new viewers that have just joined us, hello and welcome to Live at the Waterhole. And first up, we're coming to you live from the Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa and Africam Tau. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and what does the bush hold in store for us today? Well, we've seen lots of elephants. I saw previously there were quite a few ellies there at Okukuyo in the Etosha National Park of Namibia, and also here in the Madikwe Game Reserve. And it's pretty usual for this time of the day, especially when it's very hot, for the elephants to come through for a drink and a bit of a swim and a wallow, and then cooling off, and then generally moving back towards their feeding ground. Now, as per usual, please don't forget that this is a live and interactive experience, so we'd love for you to jump on board with us and send us through your questions and your comments. And you can do that by going on the WildEarth website and registering. You can also join the conversation on X, formerly known as Twitter, and you can use the hashtag WildEarth. Also on the YouTube live chat. What is it that you'd like to see, or what is it that you'd like to chat about? We'd love to hear from you. Nice to see quite a bit of activity here at Tau. It seems there's not too many water holes in the direct area around this particular spot, so I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons why it's very well visited by lots of animals, and also that it is a decent sized waterhole, so we have lots of waterfowl to watch as well. Nice group of kudu here, a couple of young males with all the girls. See that in the direct area, just around the waterholes themselves, it's pretty devoid of vegetation, and that's a lot down to this probably being a historic waterhole that the animals have used over the years, and so then it's highly impacted on the vegetation, with there being lots of trampling and the animals feeding in the direct vicinity close to the waterhole itself. Seems like it's also going to be quite a hot day across the board, and that normally means that we're generally not going to see too many predators or activity from them. You never know. Sometimes we can have cheetah or wild dogs. As such, we saw some the other day, 2 days ago to be precise, at Jamala Waterhole, which was absolutely fantastic. It seems like these kudu now have got a little bit spooked. They don't generally like being out in the open. I think it's this elephant that's walking through there after his little drink, maybe a bit of a wash as well. So the kudu, not so happy to be out in the open. They do prefer being in the thickets, as that's where they are able to evade predators much easier. They're not really fast runners, but very agile through the thickets. So if there's any sign of danger and predators, they will immediately head for the thickets, where it's easier for them to get away. And how's it, Andrew, the video guy? That's an interesting question. What would I like to be remembered for? Well, I think I'm never going to stop guiding, Andrew, so I won't be stopping anytime soon. But to be remembered, I think just trying to bring and sort of expose wildlife issues and sailing close to the wind, not steering away from controversial topics. And just bringing these the real issues to the fore. I think that's what I try and do every day, trying to bring different ecological concepts and discussions thereof, whether it be to cull or to crop wildlife. Is that something that should be done? And those similar topics where it's not really socially acceptable, but for the likes of Madikwe, where we've got over 1,500 individuals, and if that's anything to go by, it's probably around 20% or so over the carrying capacity. So what are we going to do about these elephants? I've had this conversation numerous times, but we always seem to come out at the same answer. Everybody's got wonderful ideas, which we love to get. And so have the conservationists about these corridors that they could link game reserves, and in particular this one from Madikwe to the Pilanesberg National Park. But is that really going to happen, and is it actually potentially a solution? It's a wonderful idea on paper, but I don't think that with the human habitation in the areas around those corridors, we'd have to move people out of those areas. There's a lot of private land that would need to be incorporated, the solution is a little bit further away than we think. That is a solution, but the implementation of it, I think, is going to be very, very difficult. So with that sort of not really on the table, what are we going to do? Are we going to sit back and watch this population increase to the point where we're going to have a massive die-off of wildlife because of the destruction of the area? It's a semi-arid zone, so the impact of these elephants is going to become huge. And with it being so dry, the elephants now are going to start going for trees, ring barking them, and so for the immediate future it might not seem like such a big problem, because they will be able to survive and increase in numbers as well. And you'd always think that a population increase would equal that the resources are sufficient, But there's going to become a point when the elephants have killed off all the large trees, and there won't be that sort of bark availability that they have now currently. And then going into the future years when it gets, or drought periods, what's going to happen? We're going to have a huge die-off of those elephants, and the impact will remain for sometimes even hundreds of years. So we might land up with a kind of a desertification, which could be managed a little bit better, I think.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
And then on the other hand, I do know that a lot of private reserve owners, etc., are actually, and I'm not going to mention any names because that could open a Pandora's box, but a lot of the private landowners, specifically around South Africa and maybe even further afield into Southern Africa at large, are actually pro the legal usage and sale of rhino horn. But they don't want to say it because of the public perception that will be perceived as the agreement and use of these animals. And then that would stop people coming to their reserves as tourists. And I think a large chunk of that perception is down to social media. So it's a difficult topic when you've actually got the guys on the ground that are pro, and the armchair conservationists and the public at large are anti, and we are pandering to the whims of the public at large rather than the people that understand exactly what's going on the ground and the potential thereof. But that is the conundrum. So what do we do about it? Do we try and educate a little bit further and lobby in a different direction? But once you start lobbying, you're then pro, and then you're perceived as pro killing of rhino, and I think that's where the real problem lies. And we then return to perception-based reality, that concept on its own. People perceive and create their own realities about what they see and what they hear. And so do people that live in these wilderness areas, and think that that might be a better solution than to, what we're doing currently. Massive amounts of money putting out, towards security of rhino, etc. Could they not be actually getting an income from the rhino, much more for the sale and use thereof? I'm asking the question. I'm not giving the answer. That's for you to decide. So, controversial topics. I think that's my forte. And I think it's all down to perception based reality, as we've been discussing. And that goes right across the board, from the general public to the people on the ground, but also the wildlife out there. What is the perception of reality from that kudu that we've just been seeing there, to the elephant that's walking past, to the waterfowl and the crocodiles here in the water? They've got to survive out here every single day. And their reality, from the crocodile to the waterfowl to the elephants to the kudu, to us as naturalists, to the rangers that look after and protect these wildlife areas, to the lodge staff and everybody that works on site, to the tourists that come to visit and take their photographs and leave. Everybody's got a different reality. And the perception then is based on what they see and what surrounds them and what the environment is on any given day and minute and second. So it's difficult to sort of paint a different perception of the reality, because what is your reality? Every single organism's reality is different. And then the perception from there it really just then makes it a much bigger picture that maybe we can all start to see. Right, so lovely to have these elephants here at the Madikwe Game Reserve, and most specifically Tau, but I think it's time to change of place. And of course, if we're changing, I think we need to go to my favorite spot, and that's in the Etosha National Park. Where, as per usual, particularly around this time of year, lots and lots of animals at this particular waterhole. At Okokuyu, the main camp, the administrative camp of Etosha. And we've got springbok, we've got zebra, and I believe an oryx or gamsebok, gemsbok on the other side. And I know that there was lots of elephants here earlier, and I do know that a lot of people sort of ask me, why do the elephants come in one particular direction and they all move off in another? Well, if you look at these rocks in the foreground, this calcrete, it's sedimentary rock, and it's obviously because of that huge inland sea that was once present here, fed by the Kuneni River, but no more. It now heads into the ocean. Well, these rocks, I've walked here, obviously not in the national park itself, outside the camps. But even inside the camps, if you walk around, and even if you're wearing sandals, it's very difficult to walk through these rocks. So what you tend to do is to stick to the game paths. It makes it so much easier to actually walk in a straight line. Well, game paths don't always follow a straight line. They normally follow the easiest route. And a lot of game paths are begun by elephants, and they are very good at energy efficiency, and so they try to work and walk on the easiest route towards whichever destination they are going to. So they walk around the rocks, and initially they would have done that and stumbled all over the rocks themselves, but eventually starting to form a bit of a rhythm and the same route, using it each time. And that's why the elephants and the animals at large do this, because it's the easiest route between A and B.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
So also just getting back to the discussion about elephants, as we've seen quite a lot, and I would expect that we are going to see a lot more. It does seem a bit overcast here in Etosha, and I think that's probably the system that's moved over from the east and the southern regions, up the coast of Cape Town, through the Eastern Cape, into KwaZulu-Natal, into the Lowveld, and then up over the Highveld and right through into Namibia. So I think that's the end of the system that we actually had in South Africa. So in South Africa, very sunny, but for a change, Namibia now seeming a little bit overcast. So maybe there won't be as many elephants here today. It's probably a bit cooler. Not much. It's still very dry. There's hardly a breath of wind, as you can see. But with that being said, I also like to delve into different research, different information that, of course, now that we have the internet, very quick and easy. We used to have to dive into libraries and try and read books as quickly as possible. But nowadays, it's at the click of a mouse. So through a few clicks of a mouse, I've managed to find a lovely blog on the ancient pathways of African elephants. And it's written by a Kat van Bredow. Now, of course, with the internet, there's lots of writing out there. You never do know what exactly is correct and so on. But having read through it, it does make a lot of sense. And for centuries, elephants have traversed the African continent, mapping their routes based around sources of food, water, and danger. The matriarchs of the herd use their remarkable memory to recall these migratory routes, leading their families to ripe feeding grounds with the changing of the seasons. They use incredibly sophisticated communicative methods such as chemical secretions, vibrations, gestures, and touch to pass on information and warn other elephants of danger. Over the decades, that danger has largely come from humans, which is the sad part of it. But war and poaching have decimated elephant populations, and as Africa develops, elephant migratory routes have been stunted. And the spread of farmlands, fences, and reserves has stopped elephants from roaming their historical routes, leading to the overpopulation of certain areas, like we speak of in Madikwe. When elephant herds congest in one area, not only do food and water become more scarce, but the land becomes damaged due to the massive weight of the elephants. In recent years, many countries in Africa, such as Kenya, Zambia, Tanzania, Namibia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe, in conjunction with organizations such as Elephants Without Borders and Save the Elephants, have worked to restore some of the migration routes of African elephants. After working to clear human obstructions and impede poachers, many regions have found that elephants gradually reclaim their ancient pathways. Elephants are known to avoid areas previously marked as dangerous for generations. However, when these routes become safe again, they tap into their magnetic compass to guide them to greener pastures. A map of their land seems to be imprinted on their brain, and researchers are still working to understand the sheer magnitude of an elephant's memory and their incredible migratory abilities. One thing we do know, an elephant never forgets. And then it goes on to, speaking of elephants in all sorts of different countries, those countries that were mentioned, but I want to be specific in the Namibian elephants for now. We'll delve into the other ones a little bit later, especially when we do see some of them on the screen. But I'm just going to get to the Namibian part of things. And because these elephants for me are so special, particularly the desert elephants. Now, the desert elephant's very special, but these elephants in Etosha do sometimes head into the areas where the desert elephants occur, and they breed with them. And it's also one of the reasons that we do know that the desert elephants are not a subspecies. Namibia is home to a distinctive population of desert elephants found only in Mali and northern Namibia. Well, I would say the northwestern regions of Namibia. It's Damaraland and Kokaland, sometimes even down to Swakopmund, because last year there was a bull that made his way into Swakopmund, and he was enjoying life on the golf course. And I had some of my friends there sending photos that they had to wait for the elephant to finish his meal and drink his water before they could go down the green. Anyway, although they are not considered a subspecies, these elephants have adapted to survive in the harsh, arid conditions of the desert with very little water. They drink water every 3 to 4 days, and I know for a fact that they can go for even longer than that, sometimes even up to 10 days without water, compared to typical African elephants, which drink up to 200 liters of water a day. Known to migrate for up to 200 kilometers and more in search of food and water, they've got larger feet that allows them to walk more easily across the desert sand. The elephants of the northern Kunene region, this is starting here and heading further north towards the Kunene River itself, will often travel from the Huaruseb River, it's an ephemeral river, to the Hwaneb River, which is also ephemeral. And a bull elephant has even been observed traveling from the Skeleton Coast Park in the Kunene region into the west to Etosha National Park in the east. Historically, the elephants migrated from the Kunene River on the Angolan border to the Huaruseb River. However, that route was destroyed due to the Angolan civil war and the rampant poaching at the end of the war, obviously for ivory and the economic value of that. It is hoped that with the end of conflict and the establishment of conservation initiatives, the elephants can rediscover their lost pathways. However, in Namibia, there is a veterinary gate, and Etosha actually forms part of it. The gate to the south from here is the Anderson Gate, and you're not allowed to move in and out from here with any meats, etc. You can go into the park with meat, but you cannot leave with meat. So there's no meat allowed to travel south of the veterinary gate, and that fence extends then all the way down to the coast through Damaraland, and it's near to Kamanyab, and it comes through at Palamwag, and then it carries on through into the desert. And so there's this real separation of the animals from the north to the south. But as I've said before, the elephants, they do traverse this. They merely push the fence down, they walk over it, and it springs up behind them. It's not electrified, and they've worked that out. I've seen that many times, especially with small cattle fences. They find that very easy, but they do it with the Etosha fence. It's over 3 meters, and they also do it with the veterinary fence as well. So very, very interesting indeed. But those ancient migratory paths, obviously now very limited with the international boundaries that we have, as well as all of the fences that we put up. And then the conflict that they come into when they get near to human habitation. And as we've said, elephants never forget, so they generally try to avoid those areas unless there's a lot of food resources as well, and that's normally down to vegetable gardens, etc., from the villages, and also water. So I've worked with a non-government organization called Elephant Human Relations Aid, and very, very interesting, because what they do is they have volunteers that come in, and in the first week, it's a 2-week program. In the first week, they've identified different villages, etc., that you go to, and you help to build protective wall structures around their water points. Because if you're living out in the desert and elephants keep messing up your water, it's a question of survival for you and your livelihood. So they get very angry with the elephants. So they build those protective structures so that the elephants can come and drink, but they cannot damage the windmills and the water points themselves, because they love pulling windmills over. So it's very damaging. And then the second part of it is that they very often get into the vegetable patch, because what would an elephant love more to eat than lovely lettuce and cabbages and whatever they're growing out there? So they literally destroy it within a couple of hours, even half an hour. Elephant in your vegetable patch, it's pretty much destroyed. So they assist in helping them to grow chilies, and there's also been quite a big project around bees as well, and different chemicals that can be used, like soaking rope in creosote and just hanging that around your water point, as well as your vegetable garden, does assist in keeping the elephants away from that. So that's the first part of it. The second part is then monitoring the actual elephant populations, the desert elephants, and following them, and categorizing them, and knowing exactly where the breeding herds are moving, the bulls, etc., so that they can also be involved with the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, and identifying when there are indeed problem animals, or when they've been falsely identified as problem animals, because that does come into play as well for hunting rights. And we've seen that in the past with the very terrible putting down of Voortrekker, the dominant bull in the southern parts of Damaraland, where he wasn't a problem animal at all. So once again, going towards those controversial subjects, I'm not scared, and I will chat about it. Era actually bought the hunting rights to Voortrekker, so they actually owned him, and that was through sponsorships from volunteers that helped in putting up the money to buy the hunting rights for him. So he was owned, but a second hunting permit was given because he was declared a problem animal, which we all knew he was not, and eventually he was then shot. So very sad indeed, but ERA also assisted in really putting that into the public eye, and I think they really need to be commended because their work continues. And if you're looking to do a volunteer project, I would say that this is a magnificent one out in the desert in Namibia, and specifically for the desert elephants, one of the last free roaming populations of elephant on the planet. Lorraine, you're very welcome. And if there's any topics that you'd like me to delve into, send it through. That's obviously very close to my heart with the Desert Ellies because I've spent many years following them, and I still continue to do so when I go up there on private safaris. And I've done it so much that even if you give me 1 hour and we're in a particular part of Damaraland, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to find them. Sometimes other guys would take up to a week to find them. But it's not always that easy. But if you know the ins and outs of where they like to move, they're very quick to find. But I'm not giving any secrets away. Righty, so a nice stop here at Okokuyu. It looks like the wind is coming in from the west now. It's a bit of a change in direction. So we are going to fly with that wind, and we're going to head all the way over to East Africa and Africam Old Donyo. Now, I know that Stefan Winterboer, who was present and live on the show when these insects appeared, and he said that it's bees. It does look like bees, and I'm pretty sure that that's exactly what they are, but I don't see them slow enough to be able to tell you exactly what they are, but I definitely think that he's right. And this is African honeybees that have nested here somewhere near to the camera. But that being said, we've got some Maasai giraffe that look like they want to have a drink with their typical hitchhikers, the red-billed oxpeckers. Still not clear enough to see Mount Kilimanjaro off there in the background. And if you don't know, this is private land. It's 111,000 hectares of private land, and it's situated between the Amboseli and Tsavo national parks. And you would have seen on the map there, it's relatively in the south of Kenya, with Mount Kilimanjaro sometimes visible straight behind this giraffe in the middle. But today, unfortunately, once again, it's not clear enough to be able to see. Maybe in the early morning, late afternoon, when it does become a bit clearer, maybe you'll be able to see it. But generally, I've seen it once on the show, and it was clear enough. But it seems like today's not the day. really taking their time, making sure, and not taking any chances. Also lots of birds going in for a drink there. I think it might be the oxpeckers that have flown down. Lovely sort of transport by the giraffe to the water point itself. Some of them now also going on the zebra. And they get to have a drink and a bath when the giraffe come through for a drink. So I know we don't have any elephants here currently, but oh, what's that? Something disturbed them, and those giraffe now obviously going to be a little bit more anxious than they were before, and take even longer to go for a drink. But anyway, even though we can't see elephants, I want to continue on this subject because having spoken about the elephants in Namibia and their migratory patterns in general, we move on to Kenya and Tanzania as well, because they're able to migrate between the two countries. And elephants move around all year in Kenya, migrating to the best water sources and breeding locations. They traditionally migrate around Laikipia and Samburu in northern Kenya, moving to the Ewaso Ngiru River in the dry season. They also travel through Mount Kenya to the Ngare Ndare forest in the south for greener vegetation. Recently, the Mount Kenya Elephant Corridor, the MKEC, has been established to help the elephants safely reclaim their ancient pathways, previously lost to farming and poaching. The MKEC, the Mount Kenya Elephant Corridor, connects 14 kilometers of a historical elephant migratory route between Laikipia and Samburu, allowing safe passage for thousands of elephants. They can migrate between Mount Kenya and the Abadari Mountains, the Marsabit National Reserve to Laikipia, to the Ewaso Ngiru River, and pass through Ngare Ndare Forest, Borana, Lewa Wildlife Conservancy, and other protected areas. The local communities also benefit from the MKEC as they avoid the issue of elephants wandering into the farmlands and destroying crops. It's a fantastic conservation story and a great success in reducing the conflict between humans and wildlife. Then moving on to Tanzania, pardon me. You've probably heard of Tanzania's Great Migration, a colossal parade of migrating wildebeest and zebra, obviously between the Masai Mara and the Serengeti. Migrating wildebeest and zebra between the Serengeti and the Masai Mara, but the country also bears witness to a lesser-known migration of elephants. The elephants travel from the Masai Steppe, with some coming from as far as Amboseli in Kenya, near to where we are here, to the Tarangire National Park and Lake Manyara, where they'll find a good supply of water even in the dry season, which is a rare sight for East Africa. They'll spend the dry season feasting on the greener vegetation before making their way back through the Masai Steppe around November as the wet season kicks in. And that's also what we're starting to see, a lot more build-up of clouds at this time of the year. The reason why we can't see Mount Kilimanjaro in the background, and we do expect it to be starting of rain in the not too distant future. And so the movements of the elephants will also be affected by the rainy season and the onset of that. So finally now the anxious, nervous giraffe gets down for its much needed drink. So Katie, you want to know about the marks or the lumps on the giraffe's face? Well, those will be the bulls. I think you might, I think you're referring to the lumps on the forehead. That would be, the males. It's almost like callus that grows on the bone, and it does assist them together with the ossicones or ossicles, forming like a club. And it's a lot to do with them hitting each other, and then they sort of get scar tissue there, but it does form callus on the bone itself, and then form part of their weaponry when they fight. So the older the bulls, the bigger the lumps on their forehead, as well as the balder the tops of their ossicones. So I think that's what you're referring to. I hope so. And it also then does come down a little bit down the schnoz or the nose. But yeah, you can see this bull on the right here. He's obviously quite a battle axe, and he's got rather calloused forehead, as well as going a little bit down his nose as well.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
There really seems to be something bothering this giraffe staring at the waterhole. It could be something very small, like a mongoose, or even just the noise of these bees buzzing about here. Something making it not so sure. And it doesn't take much to do that to giraffe, that's for sure. Definitely something worrying that giraffe. I wonder what it is. We can't quite see, but it must be something a little bit more significant, I think, than first impression. Righty, even though, yeah, it would be interesting to see what scared that giraffe off. But anyway, I think we're going to move off as well now that there's not much happening here. And we're going to head to the Madikwe Game Reserve and Africam Tau. With a lovely, nice close-up of one of our friendly warthogs. This does look like an old boar. You can see that by the double warts on the side of the face, a broken tusk, and obviously a bit of a battle axe himself. I say old because it does look like it's his skin getting a little bit saggy, wrinkly. He's also showing in the hips, so shame. I think he probably was a beautiful individual, but yeah, getting old is not for sissies, eh? At least he's got some lovely lush green grass here to feed on, and as well as having lots of water and mud to wallow in. But you can see it looks like he might even have some growths on the side of his leg, or is that just mud deposits? I'm not quite sure. But yeah, it looks like losing a bit of condition, probably not digesting his food as well. But he's still alive, and I'm sure he will continue to be so. Unless he gets taken out by one of the predators. That's generally what does happen once they start slowing up. It's sort of one of the ways that the animals don't normally get all the way through to die of natural causes. They become food. And warthogs being bulk grazers, hind gut fermenters, they also generally have quite a bloated belly. So when you see one like this showing those ribs and not very bloated at all, it's generally an older individual, or it's not digestive, or the digestive system is not functioning at an optimum. But you can see that it is a fully grown adult, that's for sure. Very big tusks, and the one being broken off, and just the condition, I think, would lead me to believe that this is an old individual. One of my guests recently actually said to me, "Oh," when I said there's a warthog, she said, "Oh, that's a Wi-Fi pig." And I was very intrigued as to why is it a Wi-Fi pig. She said, "Well, when they put their tails up and that little tuft of hair at the end, it looks like the sign for Wi-Fi." So I think that was quite nice. And of course, the good-looking Egyptian goose is waddling through there. Still one of the elephants, or two elephants, hanging about. Haven't quite disappeared off. Oh, there's a third. They've probably been enjoying, and a fourth. Enjoying the mud. I think they were the longest staying here at the Waterhole. You often find the bulls are. Now, whenever I see elephants, it always does remind me of the legend of Honeyball. If you haven't heard about that story, well, I've just pulled up a little, as I do, on the interwebs, a little write-up about Honeyball, because it's a legend about a great war, and particularly a lot of questioning about which route Honeyball and his elephants took to cross the Alps. And getting into the information and telling the story, it was in 218 BC. 28-year-old Honeyball, his soldiers, and his 37 African battle elephants marched from southern Spain to the plains of northern Italy, but took an unexpected route. Instead of following the coastline or going by sea, he crossed the Alps, to the surprise of the Roman Empire. It marked the start of the Second Punic War, in which the two empires, Carthage, a North African city-state in what is Tunisia today, led by Hannibal, and the Roman Empire were fighting over the control of the Mediterranean region. We know that Hannibal's army went along the Rhône River in southern France, past Avignon, and after crossing the Alps, battled near the Tichinus River before they continued to the south of Italy. No Carthaginian documents about this have survived, but in their chronicles, Polybius, a Greek historian, and Livy, a Roman historian, describe the landscape Hannibal went through, including rivers and their elevation. They give hints of which route Hannibal's army might have taken through the Alps, even though Polybius wrote his chronicles 70 after and Livy 120 years after the event. based on those documents, the route has been discussed over the centuries, and they've come out with that it was 3 possible routes that match the description by both Polybius and Livy. However, Col de la Traversette is considered the most probable route, and researchers examined the sediment, the results of DNA and carbon-14 analysis, a method to determine the age of organic materials, suggest that a large group of animals went on this route by the time around 218 BC. But there's no hard evidence that Hannibal, yet that it was Hannibal and his elephants.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
So the elephants, as per usual, after a nice drink and a wallow and a spray and a swim, they'll move off and start feeding. So this is exactly what they're doing with, I think, those kudu that we hear next to the waterhole as well, just off there in the background. So just having a quick scan, see what else is about. And of course, on a daily basis. We have some blue wildebeest milling about, enjoying a little bit of a respite from the potential threat of predators, most notably lions. This is the time of day that is best to have a snooze, especially if you're a prey species. But also, unlike the elephants and the warthogs, with their digestive system being high in gut fermentation, these are ruminants, and so they also do need to spend lots of time resting like this and actually chewing the cud and ruminating. So they need to spend less time actually feeding and more time digesting. So they sort of need to split their time between the two, actually gathering the food, and then the other part is the whole process of chewing those cud balls, swallowing it, regurgitating it, and going through that whole digestive process. You can also imagine how hot it is. You can see the heat waves coming up there off the ground, making that little bit of haziness as those female impalas or ewes walk through in the background. Also looking suspiciously like they're pregnant. And you can hear the Egyptian geese making a racket. That's what they do. And they're all paired up. You saw two fly across there. It's generally a bit of gang warfare between all the couples. So just to also finish off the story about Hannibal and his war elephants and how they attacked the Romans, who never expected them to come through the Alps, as they had garrisons all the way around it. But what we do know that is, in the end, Hannibal, the Carthaginian army and their allies killed more than 500,000 people and destroyed 400 towns, but ultimately lost the war. Hannibal went on to become chief magistrate of the Carthaginian, difficult to say, state, and died approximately 65 years of age. But the legend of Hannibal and those elephants crossing the Alps stands to this day. And there's lots of stories, movies, documentaries, everything about that, and worthy of a look into. There's our hammerkop that we had here yesterday as well, off on the right. Looks like some teals there in the foreground. And then, of course, the Egyptian geese and a blacksmith lapwing. Off on the right, I think might be a spurwing goose. I did see one earlier as well. Or is it another Egyptian goose? No, it is. But there is a spurwing goose here somewhere, I'm pretty sure. And as we see the blue wildebeest there a lot, I always remind guests and viewers of the unique story about the blue wildebeest told in many African cultures and over many generations. And the story is that after the gods created all the animals, they realized that they had made too many spare parts of certain animals. So left over had the stripes of zebra, bodies of hyena, and the heads of buffalo. And so they threw that all together, and that's how we came out with a wildebeest, with the horns of a buffalo, the stripes of a zebra, and the body of a hyena with a very slopy back. I always think that the story misses that their face should have been included with that of a bat, especially black wildebeest. Their face really looks like a horseshoe bat. And the hotter it is, the sort of kind of less activity there is from the animals. It's energy efficiency, and you don't want to be too active when it's hot because your body's going to take a lot more energy to keep cool through thermoregulation. And how do these animals? A lot of them can't or don't sweat very much, sometimes just in the armpits, but not as easily cooled off like us as humans. So the hotter it is, the levels of inactivity also coincides with that. And it does make a lot of sense to conserve the energy through the heat of the day, as well as this coinciding once again with the inactivity of predators for the very same reason. So it is a little bit of a respite for them, but it's all to do with those different reasons, and mainly down to thermoregulation and energy efficiency. All right, so as per usual, always wonderful here in the Madikwe Game Reserve, but can't spend too much time in one place if there's not too much happening, which seems to be the case now. So let's change of place. Let's head back to East Africa, Kenya, and Africam Oldonyo. Where as per usual, we have a lot of zebra coming in, nice and close and at a wonderful eye level perspective. Lots of birds flitting about. I couldn't see what they were, but I'm hoping to see some of those little cutthroat finches again. I think those smaller ones coming in are the cutthroat finches. Got some different ones here. This one is the same starling that we had yesterday. Now, I always forget the name. It's a glamorous starling or a fantastic starling. I'll just pull up the name now and let you know once again. So hence the reason why I said fantastic starling or glamorous, it's in fact the superb starling. The very orangey yellow breast, but then it's got a white bar, and then the blue sort of color, like the blue-cheeked starling or the Cape glossy starling.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Lovely nice close-up of all of these animals, and no more photogenic than the zebra. And that one having a nice rub of the underneath of its chin. They can be so nice to each other and yet terribly nasty. Righty, so as always, a lovely stop in here at Africam Old Donyo, but let's change of place. This time, let's head just outside of Kimberley and Africam Kamfersdam. Where, of course, it's all about the flamingos, both greater and lesser, and they're all showing how pink their underwings are now currently. It's not going to be long, and they're going to be all pairing up and nesting. I'm pretty sure about that. Also some red-knobbed coots. There's a number of them present here. And just along the fringes, you might see pied avocets as well. They look similar to the black-winged stilts that we might see at Tower Lodge. But there is one there, I think, just underneath the Kamfersdam name. It's just moving through there on the edge of the grass, right on the fringe of the waterhole. Yeah, we saw that one coming through with its landing gear out. Obviously, they are not the best flyers, flamingos, especially their takeoffs and their landings, but they are very funny to watch. When they take off, they run along the surface until they get off enough speed and lift. And when they land, they do exactly the same. They put their feet out and they run in, putting their wings out, slowing themselves down, and then eventually coming to a stop. So what is interesting about flamingos in African folklore, and I always like to delve into that. I love the myths and legends. And with flamingos, spirituality and symbol of immortality. In some African cultures, flamingos are associated with spirituality and believed to hold mystical powers. They're seen as messengers between the spiritual world and the living, representing the souls of departed ancestors. And do you know the collective noun for flamingos? It's a flamboyance of flamingos. Now, just a little bit from the South African tourism website, and they've got quite a nice write-up on this particular waterhole, Kamfersdam, here in Kimberley, and a little bit on the flamingos. And they say that the lesser flamingos flock to this dam because it has an abundance of algae, which is the favored food of these filter feeders. And apparently, the amount of algae in the dam has been put at around about 750,000 kilograms. So, obviously, there is a lot of food for them. But the problem was, could they breed here? And their continued existence at the dam depends on successful breeding. But it seems that in the past they have been very successful, and that's why they also continue to return. So, and of course, with the amount of flamingos that do use this waterhole as a feeding site as well as nesting site as well, you can understand that it is a birder's paradise. Right, here's a lovely stop in here with the flamingos at Africam Kamfersdam. But I think it's time we change of place, somewhere new this time. Let's go to Olifants River. And another one of the Africams with a crocodile, flat dog, just lying out on the bank, sunning itself, getting some energy. And there's one leg hanging out a little bit awkwardly there. It's not always, well, mostly very or not a very satisfying thing to watch crocodiles, because this is pretty much all they do, except for the odd occasion when they actually are moving. This is 90% of the time what you'll see them doing.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Those ripples in the background are quite mesmerizing. I think it's just little ripples from the wind. It almost looks like fish. I don't think so. It's almost hypnotic. Sounds like some baboons somewhere around in the vicinity making a bit of a noise. Okay, so lovely to see this crocodile, but he's not doing much, so I think we'll move on. Otherwise, I'm going to fall asleep and be hypnotized by these ripples in the background there. So let's head back to East Africa and Africam Old Donyo. Where we have one of our magnificent beasts returning, and a lovely elephant bull. He's not one of the best big tuskers that we have had here. There's numerous of them, I think up to 10 or so. That's what I've seen all together here at the Waterhole. Not today, but still nice to have elephants, as always. So I'm wondering, there might be some kind of little hole here, or, you know, where these bees are nesting. There must be some kind of cavity that they've gone into and chosen this particular site. I don't know if it's maybe still potentially a bivouac, but they've been here now for, I think it's 3 days. It's either 2 or 3 days. So if they're still here tomorrow, I think they might actually be making it a bit of a permanent spot. So we might need to get used to this buzzing around the camera. And there is a lot of water that needs to be replenished here on a daily basis, especially with the elephants that come in. They have a massive water requirement. They say up to 200 liters of water a day. I don't know. I've seen water holes emptied out by just a few individual elephants. And I would say upwards of, a couple of thousand liters disappearing in, half an hour's time. And so, yeah. It's incredible how much water they can drink, regardless, and so the water needs to constantly be replenished. And I know of areas where the desert elephants arrive in the Namib, and in small water holes, sure, but they could still take a couple of thousand liters, and they literally empty it. So it's something to think of when this waterhole does seem to be emptying out on a daily basis. Well, it's mainly due to these pachyderms. There's another one now arrives, and coming in to take a couple of 100 liters of his own. So Nancy, the most unique tusks that I've seen ones that have crossed each other, which obviously then makes it a little bit difficult for the elephant to, because you see where the trunk is. So I've seen where the tusks actually cross below the trunk itself. So when the elephant then drinks, it needs to go around that cross. That elephant was in the Okavango Delta, and that's for me the most unique that I've seen. You often see some that they have one almost straight out, and then another tusk pointing straight down. That's sort of the major, when the tusks are different to each other. It's just in the difference of how the direction that they come out. But for me, that crossing over was the most, definitely by far the most unique that I've ever seen, and did hamper the elephant a little bit, but it worked obviously around that. It obviously didn't happen overnight. So it had time to adjust. Much like you would if, you have some kind of disability, if you lose a finger or an arm, etc. You work around it, especially if it happens at a young age. And with that elephant, it had reasonably large tusks, but they were completely crossed. So, as I say, it would have happened when it was relatively young, and so it would have adapted very easily. And I could see that it had worked. It worked around that. It had worked it out how to still. It didn't sort of put its trunk all the way into its mouth. It more like sprayed it because it didn't have the length that it would have if you imagine now from these guys where they have complete freedom of movement. Although it did also seem to have a little bit of an advantage where it would rest it on the tusks a lot more because of the positioning of it. So I think there were pros and cons to it, but and it also seemed to continue on naturally, not having too much of a problem. So this one getting into a little bit of thermoregulation of its own. Cooling off, throwing the mud on its side, under its belly, and most importantly, behind the ears. There's a giraffe also moving through just in the background there, behind this one that's spraying itself with mud. Looks like a light aircraft just flying through on the right. Might be some safari goers either arriving or leaving on their wonderful visit of Kenya. So this guy really getting to all sorts. He's having a lovely scratch now. He's spraying nicely behind the ears and on the sides of himself. What's he up to now? He looks like he's being a bit mischievous. He's having a lovely rub there on his belly with his trunk. Scratching his back feet. And off he goes. I think that's him done. Maybe this guy will also have a bit of a wash, a bath, after he's finished his drink. Oh, that's a new one. A little bit of a different technique there, spraying that like a bit of a fountain. Yeah, now that the drink's finished, now we get to the bathing. Okay, now that the elephants have left, I think we'll do the same. Let's head back to Olifants River for something different. We have some bobos, bobjans. That's obviously what we were hearing earlier when we were looking at the crocodile. A couple of them making a noise. And now we can see them. Is this one here in the foreground, lying flat out? Is that a baboon? Looks like he's really lying flat. Or is that a root? I'm not quite sure. If that is a baboon, it's one of the most chilled out baboons I've ever seen. Is he lying on his back or on his stomach? It's almost like this is a meditating session. Everybody's having their quiet time. It's like either that or they've had a family argument and nobody's talking to each other. Well, Bobby's decided he's had enough and he's out of there. But the rest of them still busy with their silent retreat. I think that is a baboon, but it's lying on his side. Wow. Enjoying the nice cool sand, probably. It is a lovely spot here next to the river, and you could imagine, I mean, if I was a wild animal, if I was a baboon, I would spend a lot of time here. There's water availability, there's lots of food in the riverine vegetation, always got lots of berries and fruits, etc., the figs and the rest. So I wouldn't really be going very far from the river. Also gets very hot in these parts, so there's a chance to cool off. There's lots of shade, and of course the water itself as well, although you do need to be careful of crocodiles. Nice to see a couple of youngsters around as well. It's interesting because we haven't seen, well, I haven't seen any of the yellow baboons for a little while at Old Donyo in Kenya. So it's nice to have a climate fix. These Chakma baboons, different to the yellow baboons, more common, and particularly we only have the Chakma baboon in southern Africa. Nice to see them. So Leah, who's 13, thanks for your question. So baboons aren't territorial animals. We don't say that they're territorial because they don't mark their territories, and they don't they're not territorial as the definition goes. However, they will fight. Baboons occur in troops, so this will be one family or one troop. It's not always the same family. There can be families that have joined up, and it's run by a group of males. That it's not just one male, it's a group of them. But what they will defend is areas around where they roost at night, and sometimes also where they go to feed. If there's some kind of resource like the marula trees that are dropping their fruits, they will fight with other troops for those resources and for the nice nesting areas. Particularly, they love these fig trees to roost in. You often find them staying. So this might be exactly where they're roosting, because it's a nice area for them to sit on. It's nice soft branches. So there's no thorns that would stick into their bum, and as they're trying to sleep, it would be very comfortable for them. And food availability. So they will defend these areas within the troop, but they're not territorial as the definition goes, if that makes sense. I find baboons and monkeys in particular some of the most entertaining of all the animals to watch. They're always up to something, although these ones seem a little bit quiet. Maybe it's just because they've been out foraging early this morning. They normally come down from their roost around first light, not necessarily waiting until sunrise. And then in that nice cool part of the morning, that's when they go off and forage and feed. And then maybe now they've returned to this area just to rest up in the heat of the day. And then when it starts to cool down a bit, they'll probably go off and feed again as well. There's nice water availability, so that's easy for them. They can drink here. You need to be careful of crocodiles, though. I've seen crocodiles take baboons as well. They're very clever and they're very alert, and they generally pick up when there's a crocodile coming towards them. But they also are not scared to play, and they do that a lot, and that's what's also obviously very entertaining. These guys not really playing too much. You see some of the youngsters just milling about, probably trying to or wanting to play, but not everybody's always willing. As I say, maybe it's very hot, and so they're a little bit lethargic and not too much activity.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Do drink just staring at themselves, and I think they find it quite intriguing, amusing. I'm not quite sure what they think. I don't think that guinea fowl are particularly intelligent. I think chickens are more intelligent than them. But so I always wondered exactly what they were thinking when they were staring at themselves, their reflection in the water. But it was amusing to watch at the same time. Yeah, then when the guinea fowl just giving those tut, 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 just contact calling, and also giving an indication of all's well. They like make a lot more of a racket if there's anything that has irritated them, or they see any kind of danger or whatnot. So you often get that with quite a few animals. So when I speak of those contact calls that you get from different animals, if you think of the likes of mongoose, they've got this like beep beep, beep beep, beep beep, and a nice little soft contact call that indicates all's good. And then if there's any kind of danger, and they've got a different call for danger in the sky or danger on the ground, or I'm sure there's a number of different alarm calls that they have. But immediately you notice that they will always look in the direction that the danger has been identified in. So there's a little tree, 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 and all of a sudden they all look up, or it's on the ground or whatever. But it just changes of tone, and it's very sharp. And then obviously the whole group realizes and knows where the danger is, where to look, and obviously then to mostly depart the area. As you can see, even here, these guinea fowl are very nervous of the water, not allowing their bodies close to the medium. They probably understand and have that evolutionary trait of being scared of water, but because in Kenya, most water bodies would contain crocodiles as well, so they'd very easily be eaten if they hang too close to the water. So once again, that's the joys of watching, a wild show like this at the different waterholes that we do go to. You never know what you're going to see. We do sort of have averages that we see at the different waterholes. Like, in Madikwe, you're seeing the likes of blue wildebeest, the zebra, the kudu, impala coming through, and obviously all the waterfowl that are resident in the waterhole itself. When you go to Etosha, Okukuyu, we've seen the general game. You can pretty much bank on seeing springbok and oryx, zebra also. Then there can be some other animals that do show themselves, sometimes elephants, giraffe, and some of the strange birds that might arrive seasonally or not. And it's the same here, and at all the different waterholes. It's the sort of the local specials, and then you've got the animals that are visiting or moving through, the migrants and so on. So it's always good just to check in on a daily basis and just see what is new. And as I always say, what is the bush going to hold in store for us today? Because we never do know. Yeah, it's been wonderful having this elephant and the other elephants across the board that we've been watching. And that being said, we are heading towards the end of the show. But as per usual, don't forget that after this, there will be the sunset safari and all that goes with that. The naturalists moving around, seeing what they can find and discuss. And so I suggest you don't go anywhere and stick around for that if you can. Then tomorrow morning, the sunrise safari. And of course, then after that, a little bit later on, we'll be back live at the Waterhole. I won't be here tomorrow. I've got one day break, and then I'll be back again. But my place will be taken by another wonderful naturalist. So that's all to look forward to. And of course, we have to always say thanks to the wildlife for being the stars of the show, to you, the viewers, for joining us. And if there's anything else you'd like to discuss with me, well, you'll just have to wait a day and then you can pop it through when I'm back. I look forward to being back. I always love seeing and catching up with what has been happening down at all the different waterholes. Won't be too long, and I'll also be back on the Amakhala Game Reserve. as one of the roaming naturalists. So that will be wonderful as well. It's a nice way to end the show with this elephant bull and his very small guinea fowl in comparison, the big and the small, the David and Goliath, if we can say that. Anyway, that's it from me for now, folks. I'll see you in a little while. My name's Ralph Kirsten. Cheers.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone.